Meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 present, you have a quorum.
Okay. Would like to go ahead and adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Is it all right if we do the motion first to allow Ms. Holloway to participate virtually?
Oh, that's right, excuse me.
You have a question? Go
ahead.
Go ahead, make a motion. I
Okay.
discuss.
I move that we allow Ms. Holloway to participate virtually.
Second.
Motion's been made, properly seconded. Roll call.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
I'm sorry, do we have to first do where she's doing, do we have to do that first?
Oh, yeah.
do we have to do it first, or do we do it we do it first? Okay, we'll back up. And, Councilor Holloway, can you please state, the reason you're joining, remotely and where you're joining from?
Medical leave. I'm in my home at 1109 Delaware Avenue, Hopewell, Virginia, 23860.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start roll call again. Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Question.
Yes, is there any way that we could amend the, I know no one probably brought this stuff, but to amend the agenda to add the redistricting, do y'all feel comfortable voting for
Oh,
that?
we can't do that one tonight.
Can't,
We
why?
can't do that one tonight. Because it was it was posted.
Oh,
and
it's a public
advertised.
hearing.
Yeah, it was a second advertisement. I
Okay,
think it went
okay.
out.
I know it's something, okay,
Yeah. Mhm.
all right, thank you.
Mhm.
You ready for roll call on, to adopt the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilor Pelham,
Yeah,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Excuse me, what are we considering?
We're voting to adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you.
It also
Thank
looks
you,
like
yes.
Counselor Gore's on.
Counselor Gore is going to be listening in.
Oh, okay.
She's actually en route. She's in traffic.
Okay,
So she said she wanted to listen in.
okay. So Councilor.
But I mean, if we want to take a vote to see if if you guys are okay until she comes here to listen in through the seat.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's legal.
You don't think it's legal?
For her to zoom in without a reason. I mean, she can listen, I don't think she can participate, is what I'm saying.
She does have a reason.
Traffic?
That's not a reason?
I don't think it's a reason that the city attorney told us that we could zoom in.
Okay, so you think.
That's what I
All right,
said,
thank
I
you.
think.
All right. Counselor Gore, do you know what time you'll be here?
I'm like not even 8 minutes away.
Okay, thank you. Are you okay with listening in?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, yep,
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
continue with the roll call.
thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton. The motion was to adopt the agenda.
To adopt the agenda?
Uh-huh,
Get one right,
I know,
yeah,
okay. Motion passes to adopt the agenda.
yes.
Mr. Terry?
Mr. Terry, do you want me to start pulling up the PowerPoint that Mr. Altman had prepared?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be great.
I just have to remember. Sorry, I'm getting it. I gotta flip it.
View top left corner,
I can never remember this.
top left. Yeah, it's hard for me too
View.
with this new one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rotate.
I think you went counterclockwise, though.
It's over on the far right tab.
We can just go clockwise now.
Why won't it? Okay, never mind.
You got it.
All right, one more time.
Thank you, Molly.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Terry. How are you this evening?
I'm well.
We're ready to go.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So good evening, council members. And also, if the city manager is listening in or whenever he does listen in, my prayers are with you for speedy recovery. And all the other citizens and colleagues that are listening in, just want to say good evening to everyone. I will begin with just reiterating what we're going to cover. We're going to go through the city manager's PowerPoint, and I will highlight some things there that I know he wants me to highlight on, that he texts me about. We will go through the remaining open items. What that is that there's been a series of questions and a series of additional research that we did an inventory of everything. And I also want to say Mrs. Pelham sent something late this afternoon, and we've gone through that and done a checklist on that. So when we get to that section, we will cover all of those items that are still hanging out there. And lastly, approve and adopt. Okay, so we'll start with the budget overview.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Only because we got two of the same.
Oh, no, that's May 3rd. You
Okay.
need June 7th.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I told you wrong.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Alrighty, starting with budget overview, City of Hopewell, City Council special meeting, June 7th, 2022. Proposed FY '23 operating and capital budget. The purpose of today's city manager's presentation is to provide City Council with solutions to balance the budget with anticipated revenue or one-time alternative funding, and to make sure that everyone is on the same sheet of music. I'm just going to make a comment here, and if you can make a note within your PowerPoint, that the funding resource utilization priority for localities is spending federal dollars first, state dollars second, local dollars third. That's not just good best practice, that is what we're supposed to be about. I will refer to that several times going into PowerPoint. Timeline, next slide. Timeline. Effective November 2021 and January 2022, City Council approved a mid-year raise for public safety, public works, and sheriff office. April 1st, the budget transmittal letter from the city manager was sent to City Council as a budget balance with an adjustment to a real estate tax rate. On April the 5th, the city manager memo was sent to City Council, and the City American Rescue Plan Act funding was identified as a solution to satisfy the budgetary gap. That was on April the 5th. On April the 12th, City Council elected not to adjust the real estate tax rate. Next slide, please. Proposed FY '23 operating budget capital. Excerpt from the April 5th memo that I just referenced. The budget item requested was salaries and associated benefits, mid-year raises, came to 1.894249, 1.8 million. Health insurance renewal, VRS increases for 604,000. Service contract increases for 183. Department of Social Services, 5% salary increase, state budget, 67,000. Additional funding for recreations, Hopewell Public School funding, additional 257,000, and class and comp study for 150K. Total 3.216540.70. The footnote here is very important to be reviewed and read into the records. To address the immediate FY23 budget, additional personal property and machinery and tool taxes have been realized, reducing the requirement to $2 million. City Council will need to approve the funding from the city's American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARP, and allocate to satisfy this budgetary gap. Next slide, please. Proposed solutions and options. There are 4 that are being proposed by the city manager. American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, number 1. Second is anticipated revenue, number 2. Third is schools, number 3. And 4th is the rainy day fund. Next slide, please. Another excerpt, but this time is from the U.S. Treasury. American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, U.S. Treasury guidance, May 16th, 2022. Treasury, and this is a direct quote, Treasury urges state and local governments to continue to use the ARPA funds to confront the most pressing challenges that our economy and community face. Bullet 1, expanding the workforce and providing competitive wages and expanding access to affordable housing and keeping our families and communities safe. First, it can be SLFRF can be used to invest, to expand your workforce, provide competitive wages. In today's strong labor market, with unemployment rate well below 4%, a record high number of job openings per unemployed workers, expanding the labor force is critical to fill open positions and grow the economy. Governments across the country are using SLFRF to ensure jobs offer competitive wages and working conditions to attract talent, train workers for in-demand careers, help unserved workers re-enter the labor market, rehire public workers, the educated children, and keep communities safe and expand child care to help working parents balance and care for their children and maintaining their jobs.
Mr. Terry, I just have one question. Can you give me the SLRF, the SLFRF acronym? Can you spell it out for me? Unless I'm overlooking it, I didn't bring my readers.
Well, I'm going to give you a handout.
Okay,
that's
just for the
detailed,
public
but-
to know what that is.
But what it is the state and local fiscal recovery funds. State and local fiscal recovery funds. And I decided that when I found out I was going to do this, because the manager wasn't coming, so.
Oh, you weren't gonna do it
We'll
anyway?
get this later.
You normally do it anyway.
So that's the detailed letter that's on the website.
Uh-huh.
And I just thought, rather than do the excerpt, I think this council should have a copy of the file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we will go to the next slide. And so the second proposal is what we call the anticipated revenue. And that falls within the area of the real estate assessment that will be completed and effective for January of 2023, personal property tax, and machinery and tool tax. And to put that plainly, the Commissioner of Revenue was here last time with me. Assessed values have gone up. Our tax rate is consistent. So we do anticipate, like any other year that we have, or any other cycle, I should say, that we have, that with the value going up and with the tax rate staying the same, that will be additional enough or anticipated revenues to meet the need. One of the things that I believe each of you all are very familiar with, but I think it's just important that we all are on the same sheet of music. We're on a fiscal year basis, July 1 to June 30th. And so with this assessment coming in on the back half, we're talking about 6 months of the fiscal year 23. So what does that mean? That means just keep it within your heart that this is nothing different than we've done before as a city, or at least in my term here. And when I've gone back to research, this is just a normal cycle. Getting over to schools was the third option. Schools requests for FY23 was $14,580,75. The city proposed budget for FY23 has a amount in there for schools that's $12,500,000, if you will. So if we would go to the next slide, we wanted to make sure, the city manager wanted to make sure that you all had a chance to do a deep dive, because oftentimes it's just a single number, which we've just done a moment ago. So we're going to look at this slide starting from the left, schools, the estimated revenue, and this is their operating budget. The estimated revenue for state sources, we've compared the FY22, the year we're in now, to the proposed for FY23. And as you can see, for the state source, the current year that we're in now is $35,226,251, and the proposed anticipated for FY23 is $39,115,172. That's a difference of 3.8 million, or 11% increase over 22-23. Coming to the federal source for FY22, again, it's currently $10,725,322, and it's projected for FY23 $20,265,867, an 89% increase. Other revenues for 22 is $3,080,197, and for 23, $3,012,147. A decrease, a difference, if you will, of $68,048, a 2% drop. Lastly is in the domain in which we have a very high interest and investment in, both sides of the house, our colleagues at schools as well as city, is the transfer from the general fund to support their mission to get things done. And FY22 is $12,242,921, and we have in the budget for FY23 $12,500,000. That's a difference of $257,079, a 2% increase. It is here that I have a footnote to share with you that the city manager wanted to make sure, though I mentioned up front, he wanted it in the PowerPoint, that is funding resource utilization priorities for local governments is federal first, state second, local third. If we go over to the next slide, or if you pull the next slide up, I believe that, or is my understanding, that council received from schools a pack. The reason I know that because the city manager brought me a pack for me to take a look at, and he wanted me to do an analysis for him back around about this time. You see that date up there. That's the only reason that's out there. That's when at least I got it. And he wanted me to take a look at it and to examine their current year, FY22, and also look at the historical trend. So I'll read starting from the left and going across. Schools' resolution or appropriation of what they consider level funding. You can see for FY19 in that column, it was $14,264,679. You come down in that same year, building and bus replacement. The practice had been to do the funding through the operating, and then also the budget resolution just showed an adjustment or transfer to the building and bus replacement. That was discontinued, so as you start looking to your right, 21, 21, and 22, because that was misleading. Building and bus replacement, and I'm speaking for Michael Terry, Finance Director, I consider that a capital CIP, and so operating funding that you all have appropriated should be used for operating purposes. If there is a need for capital, then you need to vote, and then that's what the schools would have as capital. And the reason I mention that because it could be some concern, like, where is he getting it from? That's my interpretation of what the rules are. And then secondly is city resolution. If you look at the appropriation, we appropriated $14,264,679. You come down, still on the left-hand side, and you see a footnote that says adjustments per the budget resolutions is on page 54 for those who desire to look at it. City Fund 11 to schools, Fund 14, and then to schools, Fund 63, operating to non-operating. And then coming down a little bit further, there's an adjustment for the building and bus replacement, resulting in a net operating appropriation consistent with FY 20, 21, and 22. What that is saying that just consistent, if you back out the general fund portion, that $1,345,679 is the amount that's above the normal appropriation that we view based upon their spending pattern. Coming over to FY 20, the schools level funding is $14,495,466. We appropriated as city $12,242,921. That meant from our standpoint, we appropriated that level of operating, and so the $2,252,554 is the amount in excess of what we appropriated. To take us across for 21, they have level funding as $13,514,313, and we appropriated $12,315,194. That was a $1,199,119 difference. And again in 22, FY 22, schools level funding request was $14,580,075. The budget resolution for 22 from the city for operating support to schools was $12,242,921, with a differential of $2,337,154. The purpose in sharing that with you so that you could have an opportunity. The city manager was not able to get this information to you earlier, but he wanted me to do the analysis. We did the analysis, and we thought during this work session it would be a great opportunity for you all to see that schools' desire for what they call level funding is at X, and what we fund is at Y. And the differential, what we've been doing in the past, is that we still recognize that they have a need because it's very important, the business that they do. And so we've developed a practice that as of June 30th, when we close, according to the state code, they are to return back to the city any unexpended local dollars. And then you have been so graciously still attempting to meet their need, is that you reappropriate that most of the time. If I look at the historical records, we do that in July. So in essence, we stay within the parameters of what is best to balance our budget, but we still recognize what they did not expend. We return that back to them effective July 1. That has been the practice. Okay. The next option is the rainy day fund. And there's a lot of writing here. What's most important here is, remember, federal dollars first, state dollars second, local dollars third. I ask you to make a notation that the rainy day fund, you would consider that your local funds. So with that, the assigned fund balance, the portion of fund balance that city intends to use for specific purposes as expressed by the governing body itself. The budget document or delegated official, the city, fund balance in the general fund are assigned by resolution of city council for all governmental funds except the general fund. Assigned fund balance represents the amount that is not committed, restricted, or non-spendable. Specifically, the rainy day emergency/stabilization reserve was approved by council in 2003 and was created by segregating a portion of the general fund unassigned fund balance. The purpose of this reserve is to provide an easy mechanism to tap reserves to address temporary revenue shortfalls resulting from temporary circumstances, i.e. economic cycles, weather-related emergencies, etc. The City Council set the target at 10% of the next fiscal year general fund budget appropriation. The rainy day emergency stabilization reserve may be used in its entirety with City Council approval. However, replenishing the reserve will constitute the first priority for use of the year-end fund balance in the general fund. And the next slide says we are now at the next step, which would be the closeout remaining open items. And so with that, I'm going to hand out to you those items, and just so there's no surprise, I put them by who I could remember they came out from. So if you've been partnered up with somebody, I take the blame, but I just heard people discussing things or whatever, but it was easier to keep track of the inventory of things that were raised.
Keep one for Arlene.
Thank you, thank you.
Council always.
So I apologize up front, pages aren't numbered, but we slammed this together today so that we could make sure we came here to try to answer all things that were hanging out, including Mrs. Pelham's email. Mrs. Pelham, I will say to you, by the time we get through this packet, I did an inventory at the end. I think we'll cover everything that's in your email, one way or the other, and if not, we'll look at what we still have left open, okay?
Very good.
Okay. Now, under Councilor Pelham, the 10% budget reduction. Here's the schedule, and it's the general fund. And we're gonna read it this way. We have the expenditures by department on the far left. And then we have FY proposed budget. And then we were asked by Councilor Pelham to take a 10% reduction computation, and we've done that. That's the next column. And then we showed what it would mean in terms of what the department would have left to operate for the fiscal year. So I think you can read through, I'm not going to go through everything, but I do think it's important to point out from this document, the starting with what I would call the public safety group, the police and the fire. You might want to circle that. 10% for them would be $914,777. For fire, it would be $599,059. For public works, it would be $74,129. And for the sheriff, it would be 202,943. In other words, that which we have achieved in granting them salaries and improvements, this is what they would have to turn around in these departments to reduce that budget to comply with the 10%. Also, I would like to point out that there are some departments on here that we won't have that kind of leverage, even though we did the computation. For example, victim witness. They are state funded, so we probably would not be able to just arbitrarily do stuff. So it would take another whole heaping of analysis. I hate to use that term at the mic, but that's just the country coming out of me. But it would take a whole bunch of going back through. Now, I guess it's obvious, we've talked about it. At this moment, all we need to achieve to have a balanced budget, because the tax rate has not been approved to do a tax, all we need is 2 million. So the 5.8 there is a little bit over, just as a point of reference to bring everybody back to it. But I do believe this is the analysis that gets you there in terms of what would 10% look like. And I gave you a little bit of background so you would know where the departments. Again, I will remind everyone once again is that our funding resource priority is federal, state, and local. Travel, Mrs. Pelham had asked what it would take if we could get a handle on the entire travel for the city. And just to make it easy on everybody, if you would just, because this is a Munis report, if you would just go all the way to the back to page 28. And when you get to page 28, it is the second column from the, I guess if you're coming, you'd be going left. It would be $386,931 in the course, 61 cents. Pardon?
What column again from the?
Okay,
from
it would
end?
be.
Just tell me from the left or right?
Yeah, you're going from right to
Left.
left.
I'm going from, I read from, okay.
Okay, so that's the column that says projected level 4, that's the FY '23. So
Okay.
that was the information that that Councilor Pelham wanted to know, what was the total travel that was in the budget for the year, and we
It's
made sure.
386,000.
Ma'am?
Is that 386,000?
Yes.
I know, I'm sorry, I just have to ask this question, and I know you already did this, but I just have to be sure. When you did the 10% cuts within the departments, I know we say federal, state, and local. Did you take into consideration the certain departments that are required to have for the city, for our local government to fund? For instance, I know the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, for every number of body cameras, there should be one attorney, right? So was that taken into consideration as well? Because I know that there's some federally funded programs as far as, let's say, victim witness, and state sheriff. What is the requirement as far as the law, what we have to fund? Because there is requirement there, yeah? So was that taken into consideration as well? Because when we're deducting this amount from their budget, I don't know what we're deducting it from. Are we deducting it from people, or are we deducting it from equipment? Are we deducting it from supplies? I just want to be a little more clear on that.
Well, they
And
didn't do that.
I know you already took that into consideration, but I just want to be sure that was taken into consideration when we're deducting.
I can answer it better because Mrs. Pelham did call me
Okay.
and talk to me about this. i.e. Finance, we didn't make any specification.
Right.
What she asked for was for us to take 10% straight.
Oh, yeah, I'm not asking that, but I'm asking you. You don't have to give me a specification.
No, I guess that was my statement.
Yeah, I don't
that-
have to see it on here, but you're the finance director,
Yeah.
so I just
I
wanted
took
to
it into
ask you.
consideration. That's why I used victim witness as one.
Uh-huh.
In other words, we would have to take another analysis approach and start going through department by department to
Yeah.
determine, and also talking to the directors. Now, I do know this, I can say this, and it may be because I'm not the city manager, but I know the city manager did go through with the directors and had them to submit to him where the cuts would be at, or where they thought. I do remember one, I was horrified, one director said, okay, fine, we'll just cut a full program. And I said, well, okay, you know, that's the moment of passion, but I don't know whether we would want to just do that. You know, do we want to do supplies and equipment? Do we want to do, you know, things like that? So I do know the city manager did reach out to the departments and ask them to consider that. So that might be the only fine tuning thing to get your answer, that might have been done. But from my standpoint, I just did the straight calculation, but I forewarned that things like constitutional officers and other federal related stuff, that we're gonna have to, like social services, you know, we're gonna have to be like really careful. And then the caution is, we do not need 10%. We only need 2 million if you were going to do a reduction. But the 10% was just a number that you could get there. Okay.
Okay, I just want to be sure that we're not taking away from something that we're responsible for legally.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, since you started,
Yes, ma'am. It's
Well,
your
yeah, that-
section.
well, my point is that we know that's just a raw number, the 10%. But I really expected the manager and the finance director and the directors to do what you just said, to dialogue about what particularly they can cut without interfering with federal or state requirements. That's what I thought y'all would be doing all this time before we have another meeting, that you would present to us that I don't need this dump truck because, you know, it could be put off, but I do need it because there is a violation in my yard or something of that nature. That's the conversation I think y'all should have had behind the scene to bring to us then an exact number, whether or not this department can give up 10%, whether this other department can give up 5%, somebody give up 7%, to give us a firm number and a recommendation of how we can make this budget whole. Those are the things y'all should have been doing behind the scene, I think. That's what I would have expected, so. Now you gotta go back and do it anyway, you know, because if we're not gonna do a tax increase, you're gonna have to get money from somewhere, so. That's what I would like to see done. Y'all do the deep, we call it deep learning and education, do the deep diving about you can extract money from different departments without hurting the overall budget. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item within the pack, and I made a note, Mr. Bellum, to update the city manager, because I do know he got that information from the departments.
Okay, and this like this, $386,000 in travel. Do you have somewhere to say that what travel amount is mandated versus this travel to keep someone updated where they can probably Google or train on the internet? Or that 386,000 all mandated training? Those type of things we need to know. So,
I'll convey that, because I also know that he asked that question to the departments also. I'll convey that, yes, ma'am. Okay, so the next item in your pack on the council calendar was the salary comparison. And we did not put the employee's name in here, we use employee numbers. And so it goes in the following categories: police, then fire, then public works, and then the sheriff. So the employee numbers is to the left. The effective date was the date in which the raise per council voting. The old salary is there, and then the new salary, and then of course there's the difference between the new and the old, and then you have the percentage difference between the new and the old. If you go over to, because the first was police, if you go over a few pages, 3 pages over, you pick up on fire. And it's the same format, employee number, effective date, old salary, new salary, the difference between the two, and the percentage increase.
And that's just for this, that's for starting July 1st? Or this now, they've already got it.
That was now.
They
The
were
old
ready-
salary represents fiscal year 22, the year that we're in today. If you go over page, 2 more sheets over, Public Works, again, the employee number, including position vacancies, effective date, the old salary in which Councilor Pelham is pointing out, we're talking fiscal year 22, July 1 of 22, of 21, 22, 22, June 3rd, salaries for the new fiscal year budget, FY 23, July 1 of 22 through June 30th of 23. The difference and the percentage.
Can we ask a question?
And then going over to the very last 2 more sheets over, which is the sheriff. Again, employee numbers, effective date, that it was approved, the old salary under fiscal year 22 to the new salary for 23, the difference, and the percentage change. Okay, and this is salaries, not any of the fringes. Vice Mayor Parton, we're on the blue. This was a schedule in which wanted to take a look at the expenditures by fiscal year 22 compared to the proposed budget. We took the, as you can see, the city council and all the way through. So the net change or the dollar change is the 3rd column, and the percentage change. There's a footnote to the far right, starting first with the sheriff, footnote A. There's a net change there of $341,768. And then there's police for $719,879, and then there's fire for $729, and then there's a footnote for $411,581. At the very bottom, it comes up that the sum total of all of the A's represent 2.2487, of which is 1,894,294.39 is the results of salaries and other related costs. So if you all will recall, when we're looking back at the master schedule on the cutting of the 10%, basically when you look at, let's use police, back on their schedule, if we cut their budget by 10%, I know we're still talking theoretical or whatever, the salary was $719 increase, and then their budget overall would be decreased by $914. So basically cutting by 10%, we're just still using that as a base number, would be more than the increase. It's the same thing for Public Works. Public Works is $411, and then any reduction at 10% would be $574. Ultimately, the question had been asked, what is the actual number? And again, the actual number that we need to balance the budget in terms of revenue resources is $2 million. Okay, if we go over to the next sheet, this is what we thought would be a good visual for everybody to understand, because at the time we were going through this back in April or May, there were a lot of discussions, but what we wanted to convey was the FY 22 budget, July 1, mid-year raises, which included salaries, vacancies, related costs to salaries. That's FICA, Medicare, VRS Life, disability, workman's comp is WC, and then prior year service was built into one of the agreements, and a new hire and existing. When you take that, that is the amount of the increase, and that is the basis for the FY '23 proposed budget. Going over to the green sheet, which is Vice Mayor Parton and Councilor Gore. This was a question pertaining to getting some clarification. How are we operating and what's going to happen to us and basically where we are in FY '22. So what we did, we thought it would be good just to do an analysis this way where everybody could see it. We took the departments impacted by the raises, which are police, if you will, command and patrol, fire, public works, and the sheriff. The effective date that it was done, the original July 1, '22 budget, the budget resolution, and then the revised budget. From there, we now, the last time I presented this to you all was kind of, we didn't really get to it well. We just touched on it last time. But this is now the available budget as we can see it in Munis. Last time, if you recall, your worksheet showed that we used 5 payrolls. We're now 2 payrolls out from completing the fiscal year. So you take the 2 payrolls and you multiply that, and that's how much we still need to end the year based on what was done. And so you take the estimated needed with what's available at this point, and you can see line by line, they will have a remaining balance still available. The summation of all of those remaining right now is approximately $1 million. Conclusion, just in case someone is, getting late to understanding the schedule or wasn't involved on the first go round, is did we have to do anything else? Did we have to do a special resolution? Do we have to do a special unassigned fund balance? Did we have to do anything special? The answer is no. You are in good shape right now. You have enough, and with 2 more payrolls, you're fine. And also, I'd like to remind everyone, just because I'm familiar with it doesn't mean you guys keep up with it, but we do not have an accounting control so tight that if someone's budget is out of whack, that the payroll won't run. There are some systems still today that do that, depending upon your business, but in government, that's not appropriate. So I share that with you just so you will know that we do monitor, but we would not hold up anybody's payroll because another department is out of whack. But in these cases where you took action, you don't even have that condition. So I just want to clarify that. The next would be Councilor Randolph. Councilor Randolph, on one of my, one of my lunch bags, whatever it was I had, I wrote this down. And she asked the question, the next step increase, what would that be? And if we had done the next step increase effective July 1, that's what you would be looking at is an additional $322,000 in the budget. And the related costs, because the numbers at the top, police through sheriff, is salaries. Those related costs is like what I call that diagram where you can see the FICA, the workman comp, blah, 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 all those things. That's what it would cost. And when you look at that 322, that, to give you how that would have related, that would have been an additional, because 1 penny is like 1.45, so you'd have had to at least have a penny and some change, 2 pennies, whatever you want to say about it, to add to what we originally had in there. And of course, we felt very strongly that council was not going to, be in favor of tax. But if we had put in another step increase after 4 to 6 months, then that's what it would have been, an additional amount there. And also, this is my commentary as finance director advising to council. The advisory is this: 1 year around the globe, when we come back around the globe, the mid-year approval will be 12 months. What we did, or what was approved, was a little early. Normally you do a raise on July 1 in governmental and not a mid-year raise. So basically what will happen is the first step increase, when you're looking at what you brought up, that would be what we can anticipate in the 2022 23-24 budget, okay? And then, lastly, Mrs. Gore, your name's not on here, but you were the one that made me wake up in the middle of the night and go, Mrs. Gore! Because I know she's been asking about this in several different fashions, and this has been really good because we put the form out on the website. There are those players in this box that send emails. Some of them talk to you there within your districts or whatever, and they just come by the office sometime and say, what do we do? So the top sheet is just to give you an inventory for this year. And what we did is that we list the outside agency and the org number there, that's fine. But we came back through with a description. And then we also wanted to make it clear that the 2018, the 2019, and the 2020, and the 2021 were the approved amounts, i.e. per council in your budget resolutions. So you wanted to look back to see what you had done, and we thought we could put that in there, and it would give you some place to take a look at it. And then coming across, again for 22, and now we have what we consider outside agencies making a request, and in some cases, there are a few that have come up on the radar that's kind of fresh. What's more important is, not more important, but what is critical is, again, just letting you know that there are 3 ways that they come in: by form, by email, by walk-ins, or whatever. So we made a new notation here. And then there are those that don't do anything, and I think that has to do with you all's generosity. They just, we know the program, we know what good it does in the community, and so we don't really hold them accountable to complete the form on the website and send that in to us. So we just use a little bit of ingenuity. If y'all ever want that to change, that everybody has to submit a form, then let us know. But we just try to work with people because these organizations do good stuff. The Munis report on the next page is what is really in the budget. That's the key factor. The front sheet was your finance director and the city manager trying to get a handle on. And honestly, Mrs. Council Gore, me waking up saying we got to do something to get her a complete picture of the players. But what's loaded in the budget for 23 is here before you. To the far right on the project level 4, you can just go down and you can see the players that are out there all the way down to the very last. So that's what we have.
For this fiscal year.
Yeah, for the
And this
one,
is
for the
what-
budget year that we want to ask you all to approve. So you.
23.
Yes, ma'am, 23, yes, ma'am. And, you know, for example, if I'm reading this across, I need to pull the trustee ruler out. So you can trust the ruler. For example, legal aid had not been in play for a while, but they're in play this year. And I can say to you, I've recommended to the city manager, it'll be up to you all what to take out and who to take out and who to add to or whatever, but we just went through this whole COVID thing, and there are people that are still having need for legal help and so forth and so on. So that was just my encouragement to the city manager, but I know if he was here, he would say some of these items you all need to look at. He had gone through, I know that because I was with him in his notes, but I don't have it because everything just happened today. But he had gone through here and said that there are some of these outside agencies that would be justifiable in using some of the opera money to also help. And I know he took a great deal of time going through that. But again, with what everything happened today by 2 o'clock, I didn't have an opportunity to get that transferred. Let's see, what's next? Oh, and what we did, hopefully you got it in your pack, because again, we were at like hyper speed today trying to make this pack work. But we also put in the requests that we were getting, we compiled them the best we could, and we put them So hopefully they are in your pack. Okay. So if you wanted to see what some people really do an outstanding job of just throwing it in there and let us know, what they're doing and how many, one particular, let us know how, Tyler, they let us know how they're funding the students from Hopewell and what they're doing, and they're good in managing themselves in terms of if they don't have it, then they don't put it in the request. But anyway, we put everything in there that we could gather so that you could have an opportunity to see what people were submitting and doing. I think that's okay. Now I'm at the part where I printed out Mrs. Pelham's email, and
It's in this packet too.
what I want to do is, which is not in the packet, but I can give it to you all. I think we covered everything, but I haven't mentioned anything about the actual dollar amount for the rainy day fund and unassigned fund balance. So let me go back. I made a note of that on my PowerPoint slide, Mrs. Pelham.
You
so that
didn't
I
give us
would-
the amount though, did you?
So I can maybe tell you what that was without knowing what I'm doing now, flipping through.
You gave us an amount when you were talking. I don't think you gave us an amount.
Okay, so in today's email, Mrs. Pelham asked the question to make sure that we come back with the answer. In the unassigned fund balance, it's 6.3,91737. That's my most current.
Okay, say it again, 6 million.
6,391,737. If you recall, we had tapped into that for the police and fire raises, about 619, and about 192 for the sheriff's department, because the original unassigned fund balance in the annual report was 7.2. So what I'm giving you at this moment is my best shot in terms of what the net unassigned fund balance available to us, which is 6,391,737. And for the unassigned fund balance, the amount available there is 5,230,302. Again, 5,230,302, the unassigned fund balance. So that was one of the questions that I knew Mrs. Pelham, Council Pelham, that we would not.
But that's not my original question, that's,
Okay. Okay, so let me see, is anything else that was,
can you,
okay, in your email also, hopefully, I got the information kind of on the back end from the city manager, but it's my understanding that the schools have communicated that they can operate with 13.5 million. And they understand what that means to us is that we still will have budgeted to 12,500,000, but what will happen is they will return back to us at 1.5, and then we would return back to them as we've been our practice in July 1, but we would retain 500,000 as a part of our money in terms of putting into the fund balance.
If I might, I would like to say something about that. I talked to Dr. Hackney this morning because after our Thursday meeting, Dr. Hackney and I continued to talk about the budget and what they were asking for that night, which was about $2 million, and then they came off of that by about $500,000, and we're looking for 1.5. So before the meeting was over, I talked to her about looking at if it was possible to come off of that. Today, when I talked to her, she had not had a chance with graduation and everything, but she committed to me today that she would talk to Janelle and they would see whether their numbers could do that. She then met, she got back to me, said yes, they felt they could do $1 million, and that she had a 4:00 meeting with the head of the school board to make sure he was okay with that as well. And I said, and asked her if that came back on a positive, to please send out to everybody on council that that was positive. I trust everybody on council got that email. So,
I didn't.
you did not?
I didn't read my email.
Okay, well, you should have gotten one saying that they can deal with having $1 million.
So that means we keep,
500,000.
no, $1 million now, right? She had already
No.
told us she was sacrificing.
No, they were looking from us for their savings to be $1.5 million, and they wanted $1.5 million.
So does
Right.
She's
they
come
voted
back
on
and
that?
said she
Now
can
she only
deal,
needs $1 million.
she needs only $1 million, and their savings was $500,000 in addition to that $1 million. So they are going to not ask the city for that additional, and that money coming back to us should go to us.
Counselor Gore has a question for you.
That's not different.
Well, I don't have a question, I just do want to have a comment, because this is being televised as well. I missed the school board meeting, and I received several calls to be brought to speed. I just want to state for the record, I didn't state publicly or with every member of council my position on the school's budget, because I was not at those meetings, and I was getting second and third-hand information. So, for the record, I never stated that I wanted them to reduce their budget by $1 million or to have this deal with the $1 million, because from my understanding, that is being said, and that's not true. So just for the record, I never gave a position about the school's budget, period. I never said what my thoughts were, period, because I was not at the meetings and I was getting information. So I'm still getting information to understand really what is going on. So until I say that this is my position or feeling, if anyone is repeating that Jasmine feels or said or thought, it's not true. And I just want to say that for the record, because I do not appreciate what I'm hearing in regards to it being said that I have a position on something I was not a part of.
I've never said anything,
didn't say
so
you did.
just
I
let
just
me,
said
I know,
whoever
I'm just
said it
offering
needs
that.
not.
I'm just offering that, I
I'm
never
just
said.
clarifying. So if
Mr.
it's
Terry.
not you, that's cool.
Could you explain to me, can you explain to me one more time? When we met with the school board, they initially wanted $2 million, correct? We talked on Tuesday, Thursday of last week, they said they can live with 1.5. Now, are you saying that they can live with minus another 500,000, which means they only need $1 million, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. They had said Thursday
That's
night.
fine. Oh, yeah,
And
but
then, so you should have an email that Dr. Hackney
Well, I
confirmed
believe
each
you.
one of us. You got it, right,
Yeah, I
Counselor
got
Parton?
one.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's
fine.
what they said.
So then
That's
that,
correct.
instead of 12.5 that we'll commit, we'll be committing 13.5.
Not in the budget. We'll do the, I assume we're gonna do the same thing that we
Yeah, yeah,
normally
we
do, which
12
is
give
go
them
out
back.
and do an additional appropriation
Give them-
unless council wants to do something different.
Give them $1 million back, correct? Reallocate $1 million.
That's correct.
That's
Our budget will reflect
a reallocate.
12.5 million.
Right.
But as far as the accounting of reversion of funds back to the parent, or if you will, the city, they will at year end revert 1.5. And the normal practice is that then you will reappropriate or appropriate it back to them, return back to them the 1 million, which makes them whole. In essence, the 12.5 we gave them, and then the reappropriation.
Of the 1.0.
1
Okay,
million.
Counselor Gore has a question.
I do have a budget question. If this is the thing, we keep doing this back and forth bit, why don't we just go ahead and budget the 13.5? And because if the money comes back to our general fund, it's in our coffers regardless. Our budget is created and disseminated from our coffers regardless. So why do we need to go through this whole reallocation? I know it's been past practice, but realistically speaking, why don't we just budget them what we're going to give them instead of doing this, take it in and bring it back, because they have to bring it into us anyways?
Can I answer that this time?
No, I'm just asking
Not
finance.
because
But
you-
I'm asking the
you wouldn't
finance
missing me.
director.
He wasn't
Counselor
there. She
Pell.
told
I'm
us why.
asking him.
She told us
But
why.
that's not the question, it's not her
Well,
answer to ask.
He's not gonna know the answer for this one.
Yes, he is.
He's the finance director.
He will not know
Yeah,
the
he is.
answer. If you let
If
me-
he doesn't, then that's sad,
Okay.
because at the end of the day, the money comes back
Okay,
to our
go ahead-
account,
go ahead,
does it
Mr.
not?
Go ahead, Mr. Terry.
Yeah, let Mr. Terry talk. So does the money come back to our account at the end of the day, yes or no? And if it
Your-
does,
Your original
then why
question
can't?
is really a technical,
That's what I'm saying.
budgetary, and accounting question.
Thank you.
So, for us to actually do 13.5 million, we would have to put in the budget that amount.
That's what I'm saying.
You would have to have revenue to support that, or do fund balance. Right now, you don't have the money coming back in. You don't possess it. You allocated that out by appropriation, and it's there. So it's really about timing and about following the budget resolution. So when we do the budget, if you wanted to do 13 million, you would have to have in the hole, if you will, where you forecast an extra $1 million.
So then it goes back to the heart of the matter, and it's been happening for the last couple of years. There's a difference between what they say their baseline is and then what the city says their baseline is. We're gonna keep having this back and forth thing until that is ultimately resolved. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I don't know what it's gonna take, whether it be the city and the school literally sitting side by side saying, what are the line items that you are adding? What are the line items that you're adding? Because we got this information before. We've been through this the last 2 years. And each time you give it to us, they say that is not our baseline. That is not our trend. What are the differences between the two? Because until we resolve it and say flat out, this is your trend, we're going to have to keep playing this song and dance. Meanwhile, they're still planning budgets that exceed what we consider to be their baseline. So next year, let's say we have a need that we can't give them the money back. What are we going to do? Be in a situation that we're in now. It just keeps kicking the can down the road. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, again, we're getting into budgetary and we're getting into accounting. And in your PowerPoint, there was a slide behind schools that showed where they, as a component unit with their own board, they have that right to declare that that's what's level funding for them for local funding support. I want to make that clear because they have their own board, and if they perceive that they need 14 million based on what their staff and the superintendent is doing, that's on their end, period. They could come up with 50 million from local, period. So let's be clear about that. That's their call. Our call is based on what we consider actual. And the only way I can go to, and I've checked this out with PP mayors before they left and with the current auditor, the only thing I should be very concerned about is doing any judgmental estimation outside what hasn't been verified. So I use the audits. And the audits have shown, and I went back as far as 2013, showed the actual expenditure for schools, education, that's from the general fund. And I had to take a hard look because in the years out, it was a little lower, and so it didn't help them any. So what we did, we took a good look, and we made sure that we took a 4-year average, audited, and that came up to roughly around about $2 million, about $2.2 million. And then I looked at where we are and what we've been doing, and with inflation, with gas and all of that, so that was $12.5 million. But what we also did was they were very cooperative with U.S. Council, and I appreciate you allowing the city manager for me also to have that packet. Because in that packet that they sent down to you all that had the 14 million in it, I was able to go through and I added coming forward, because I don't have audited yet for 19. I don't have audited for 20 or 21, and we're in 22. But what they did, they took a great effort to go through and say what they thought the projection of amount of money that has been appropriated to them would be unexpended, meaning would be due back to the city for fiscal year 19, 20, 21, and 22. And if you remember the charts that we looked at, they showed that. So what I had to determine, how do I get a judgment number this time that for those years that we don't have an audit yet. So what I did is the only thing that makes sense. I use your resolution that you have approved for them as far as operating, because they're authorized to expend at that level. And I put that in, and then we did another computation for 7-year average. And lo and behold, that brought it up a little bit more to like 12,328,000. And so that made me feel a lot more comfortable that somewhere in the range, not being the evil finance director and doing the lower number or the mid number, I took it up because I know fuel and a bunch of other stuff, and I'm not an educator. Who knows what other things they have to endure? So that's how we got to 12.5. So at this point, the bottom line is the number that we use in our budget is how we see what we are able to see the actual spending performance. It's based on performance, not based on wish. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going to do 14 million, but I'm saying that's how we're funding on, because if we don't, then what we have to do is a couple of things. Each year, the last 3 years that we've given them back that amount, we would have had to raise taxes or dig into your fund balance. And 2 million times each year, that's roughly going to eat your fund balance up. And one other thing that we looked at, and Mr. Parton, this is honestly, this is in support of you. I'm in support of you for roads and improvements and stormwater. But what we've done is over the last 3 years, if like now we're going to get a portion back, if we had been getting 300,000 or 500,000 over the last 3 years, you would have had at least 3 times 5. And you could have done some good, maybe not all good, because I'm not as people as motivated about stuff like he is, and I am too. You could have done some good. So the value of the money for what it wasn't done in those fiscal years have been lost. So the question that you were posing is a very good question. It really boils down to now is that to put in the budget what we would be giving them for reverting back, we don't have that. So we have to say we've given out what we have. If they follow the rules and revert it back to us, then we can still meet what they perceive as their baseline that they need to operate on. And I don't want to say it negative, because if they say they need it, I'm not an educator, they got things they got to get done. That's what they determine they need, and we need to be sensitive to that and try to meet that need.
Thank you.
Okay?
Can I speak now?
Yes, and then
Well, they've been-
Counselor Randolph after you.
And they've been getting the money back for at least 18 years that I've been here, well, up to 15 years, to 3 years ago. However, this, and that was a question that I did ask on Thursday night. Why is it that we have to give the money back every year? This year response was, of course, because of COVID and rescue money. So they supplanted the rest 1.5, is it 2 million or 1.5? $2 million or whatever of the rescue money, and they didn't have to use the city local money. They used the federal money. And so therefore, when they did that, that money legitimately came back to us without being looked at as an excess. Previously, it was, but not this year. So that's going forward. It would seem that they would get the idea that they'll be budgeted at 12.3 or whatever, and if their needs are beyond that, they will be able to manage that before it comes to us. That would make sense to me. If that board is listening, you would do that, so we don't have this issue again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what
Thank you.
I didn't say you couldn't answer the question accounting-wise and finance-wise, but I know you didn't have that part of the answer
Yes, ma'am. Thank
because you
you.
went there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. The thing that my concern has been is that I know that we've had the bus fund for many years, and that our attorney in the last three or so years told us that that agreement was not legitimate in the sense that it had to come back to us. What really caused me to feel more strongly about this was the 2018 audit. And the auditors, the outside auditors, put in the 2018 audit that comment that we all read about the schools over budgeting and putting an undue excess burden on the city
Yeah, the bus fund
constituents'
created that.
backs.
Yeah, that bus fund created that, you mean?
No, ma'am. They felt that and say this, the outside auditor did in the 2018 audit. And that's the last one we have done. So I felt that since the outside auditor put it in such a manner that over budgeting was being put on the back of the citizens, that we really needed to look at that. I believe in education. I told the school board that Thursday night, but I wanted to know if there was any way, especially this year with the city struggling to balance our budget, if we could work harder on coming together. And I feel like they've done that, and I appreciate it immensely. So I hope that this will be something that we can work on a little harder as a council and a school board going forward a little better.
Amen.
Counselor Gore?
Yeah, I have other questions in the packet, Mr. Terry. Is that where we are now to ask other questions? Are you done with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
complete. Yes, ma'am.
So, in terms of the raises that you have in the packet that you gave us, it's under,
Can you wait till we get there?
that's the mid-salary section, the comparison, so it's under the first section towards the back where you have the, position number.
Who's, is it under? Ms. Pelham?
Yes, in the
Counselor
first section
Collins?
under,
Hold on. First page of it.
it's a general question. So when we did the raises, we knew that we was gonna make people to a certain level, essentially. But remember when we were talking at the budget, one of these budget meetings, I said I had got complaints from staff regarding the difference in which people were making.
Getting paid.
Was it really planned to have some positions get $23,000, $24,000, $28,000, $37,000 increases? Was that this large of is it mostly due to the years of service, or was that due to just the in general boost up? Would you roughly say, if you had to guess?
I do not know the accurate answer on that. I can give you the understanding, because this is an HR question. The HR director got back with the department heads or their subordinates, because some of them had left office or whatever, and they looked at their grade level, they looked at where they were at, and she loaded the table based on that. That's what I do know.
Yeah, because, it's just a little concerning because I think, she's obviously implementing what was adopted. But since there was other errors that we found out after the fact about what was presented, it makes you question, was this part of the calculation? Clearly cannot be for all these positions, because some positions have made double the amount that they were making to begin with. So I think that just by looking at the numbers, clearly, the thought was we'll raise people up and we'll add years of service, but people did not take into account when you add all those years of service, really how much that's gonna be. And I think that is the big difference that we're finding out now from what was presented to us than what was actually implemented. So I guess this is a city manager question. You can take a note, but I'll circle back to him and have him tell us, the answer to that question, because it's significant in some situations where, a step increase to make you comparable, I get, but $30,000, $40,000, that's ridiculous. And when we're in, there's no way we can duplicate that across the board. So now you create a situation of treatment. So in terms of other departments, right? Because they're going to want to have the same thing for their people.
Right.
And when these things were caught, you know, it should have been brought back to us before it was fully implemented. Again, that's not your job, but that's when when the flag should have been raised and someone should have said something. But when you come back to these increase, and I think on the Vice Mayor Parton section, you had like the page with like FICA, whatever. It's like the second page in. Do we have the numbers about how much the fringe benefits have increased for us with these? Because we just keep getting salary numbers unless that other chart that you have, that includes the fringe benefits.
It doesn't. This is just
It's
base
not, yeah.
salary.
So-
It's base salary.
Can you make another note to still ask him, because we still never got that answer. I really want to know what is the fringe benefit increase, because that was never given to us.
With just,
It's just a dollar value of
Yeah.
the, not a percentage wise.
Yeah.
We're looking at the dollar, the total
Yes.
dollar
Is that-
value.
is that for
So then-
just the new employees, or I mean, the new people that got raises, or everybody you want?
All the ones that got raised, because it was never in their calculations. And then also, just for clarification, under again, Parton section, first page, when you have the overall general fund proposed and adopted budgets, and you have your annotations with the A beside it.
I want to make a note.
Okay, no, go ahead.
What was it that you're looking for? Because it was in dollars.
Yeah.
You wanted the
Fringe benefit,
fringe benefit.
and VRS, whatever the benefits were that they did not calculate in their presentation, what is the dollar amount?
And I just wanted to just go ahead and just do a real caveat to that. We still have to get that budget resolution, but that's not for you. I just want everyone else to know that we need an amendment to the budget resolution for that dollar amount that was not incorporated in the first raise, right, increase. So we
Yeah.
still need to get that budget resolution amended.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I
No,
interrupted.
you're good.
but
Thank
go
you for
ahead.
saying that. I'll wait for him to finish. So, yeah.
Amended resolution,
Fringe is comparable to the salary.
Mm-hmm.
yes. And that would probably give us the entire dollar amount,
That'll give you
right?
Just want to make sure I'm tracking this correctly. When you had the proposed budget and the adopted budget, we had the different meetings. From my recollection, minus the ones with A's that have clearly the mid-salary raises that have increased it. The rest of this increases, besides finance department, I clearly remember you guys talking about that $375 being from the contract for the real estate assessor's office. I clearly remember the treasurer's office being a request to fund a position. Generally speaking, are the other department increases strictly service contracts increases? For the most part, because we didn't do any other positions, correct?
Yeah.
So what are,
And we haven't actually agreed on the treasurer's position yet, it's just a request. So minus that, all of this is strictly service contracts. So I guess it's not for question for now, but I will bring it up again. Some of these service contracts, I get, things increase, I get, there's inflation, blah, blah, but is there opportunities to revisit these contracts? Because if they're going up to the point where $139,000, $88,000, that's a lot, right? Now, I know it's bits and pieces for each contract and it adds up, true. But the ones that are constantly going up or they have big gaps, is anyone sitting back and looking at that, or they just stick to history, like, oh, so we always have, and just going with the flow and just doing the increases? I think there needs to be, a review of that. Obviously not now, but I will put that on a future agenda to look at. But just it is mostly service contracts though, right? Okay.
You're saying that this here is service contracts.
Minus his department, because there was a real estate assessors.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
Counselor
and then-
Denton's after. Counselor Denton, I just
Oh,
wanted to know what,
Sorry, yes,
I'm just trying to be clear.
yes.
Which is the service contracts? Are we just discussing the finance department?
No, I'm saying in general, the dollar change column, you'll see almost every department has gone up. I distinctly remember the finance department saying that it was for the real estate assessor's contract.
that's
And I
right.
distinctly remember the treasurer having a request for a position. The other ones, I don't recall us having any requests for positions, so I'm just assuming is service contracts increases for everybody else that equals up to $3 million. That's a lot. It's a lot. for service contracts. I think that's my last part. My last question is for the outside agencies. Again, next budget cycle, sure, but I think that obviously they should make them do the form. If they can't fill out a form, then they don't need the money. You know,
Agreed.
It's just,
Agreed.
I mean, we've been asking for, form for a while for them.
Yep.
You know, there's been enough grace period to let them get used to it. If they don't give us it, and we also asked, truth be told, we asked for what they've done with the money and give us presentations, and we still haven't gotten that from people. So, I mean, a form and a little presentation, I don't think it's too much to ask. I did compare what you have on here, so I think I'm good, but I do think at a later meeting, we need to talk about our funding to like certain groups that help with tourism, and really see if we're getting return on an investment for some of that money we're putting out. But can you make a note for city manager? Riverside, I saw that was a big increase. I saw there's a presentation in there, but I just wanted to see if there was anything else we can do with that one. But everybody else, I think it makes sense. That's all my questions. Thank you for doing this, Mr. Terry.
Counselor Denton?
Mr. Terry. Okay, today is June, what? 6th or 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As Counselor Pelham pointed out very aptly last Thursday night, we're running out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
We can pick this budget apart and keep right on having the meetings and pick it. But I think we're getting down to where we need to really start considering are we going to stay on this and cut the budget and keep working on it, whether we finish by the end of this month or not? Or are we gonna look at the other 2 or 3 options? The American Rescue Plan, the anticipated revenue, and the rainy day fund. You are telling me, understanding we're $2 million, we gotta find.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we need tonight to kind of narrow that down a little bit. Are we gonna try and use one of these funds? I know the American Rescue, it's a one-time thing. We do have income coming in this year. Hopefully, we wouldn't even have to use it. We've got real estate assessments, and being a realtor, I'm having to tell people right now what their assessments are gonna go up. I figured one this morning, their assessment is gonna go up approximately $900 next year, which is $70 a month. So we've got revenue coming in. I don't think you all have any idea what the real estate market has done. We are looking, based on the real estate market, you're looking at 20 to maybe 30% increase in the assessments. So we got quite a bit coming in from that. We already know the personal property taxes are going to go up. A lot of communities are trying to take care of that now. And so I'm thinking, I know Councilor Goa says let's don't kick the can down the road, but I think we need a budget resolution, and let's get this done. Let's accomplish that. And then as this year goes along, we can look and see where we are. Look at the income that's coming in. We may not have to use any of this. Am I correct, or am I dreaming?
No, ma'am. Your approach, if you were on this side, I would say that's a good finance director.
Okay, so realistically, we're looking at quite a bit of income.
Yes, ma'am.
So the rainy day fund, it's for this type of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
For an emergency? I hate to take it out of our funds. Let's use the Fed's money.
Yes.
That's what I'm for. And hopefully, we won't have to do it. But I think rather than going through this thing item by item by item, we need to bite the bullet, let's get it done. And then you will continue to work and bring back reports to us. That's kind of where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Parton and
Okay.
Councilor Randolph.
So, Mr. Terry, I'm going to reiterate some of the same points that some of my fellow councilors have already mentioned. To the point that Councilor Gore made about the salary differences, I don't think that was the intent of anybody on this council to do raises of $30,000 to $40,000.
50,000.
Yeah, I mean that's
50%.
yeah. I mean that's just it's just financially unstable for a small town like us, and I mean I'm not sure kind of like what we do at this point since it happened, but I mean if you or Mr. Altman became aware of this, I mean I wish that you guys would have presented this to us earlier, because we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. The recommendation that Mr. Altman made about utilizing American Rescue Plan Act funds, which is one-time money. I understand the recommendation that you guys are making to use federal money first, then state, and then local. But this money basically came out of pretty much a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that came about. And this is money that's, was to be used for, one-time expense capital projects, things that, while we were going through COVID, that we weren't able to do because a lot of us, were cutting our budgets. And now, we've got a plot of money that we can go and make these big massive investments that have been foregone for so many years, and I don't think it's a good idea to use one-time money for an ongoing expense that we're going to end up having. I mean, I personally wouldn't budget my finances that way, and yes, the real estate market is going very well for next year in terms of bringing in revenue, but here again, that's an opportunity for one that we can use to put a lot of that money back into the neighborhoods. I mean, we've got an updated stormwater plan. I think that came to us about 3 months ago, and I think it has over $3 to $4 million worth of neighborhood projects that need to be done. And there's a lot of utility wastewater infrastructure lines that need to be upgraded in neighborhoods, and same thing with other things. And I think that if we use this year as our year to kind of bring ourselves back in and refocus in, then next year when we start doing the budget, hopefully we have a big surplus of money that we can start making these massive investments back in the neighborhoods to help our citizens and help improve their quality of life. And the question that I had for you is on the outside outside agency funding. I went through, and of all the people that submitted a request for funding, the only one that was left out was the Lamb Center for the Arts and Healing. And if memory serves me correct, and please, any member of council correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they're the only one that actually came back to us and told us, what they were doing. And at that point, they didn't have any money. They just wanted to give us an update on what they're doing. And they've been very active in providing with youth services, mental health services, doing great artistic programming. And I think that it would behoove us to put some money in the budget for them. We might not be able to get the entire $100,000 in there, but even if we can make half, something is better than nothing. So that's one thing that I personally would like to see added into the budget, is some money put in for the Lamb Center for the Arts and Healing. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I,
Councilman Randolph? Councilman Randolph.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did ask a question with it. How come they were omitted? I'm sorry.
I guess I wanted to make sure, because as I was listening to you, I was making notes. How can I say this, sir? I want to make sure that everybody has the same understanding. And that is, originally CARES, when CARES, the ruling came out from the Treasury, they had everyone in the country that was eligible for that to do a calculation on what was considered lost revenue. That was at the peak of the COVID. We did that and we submitted that to the feds. Roughly, we had projected that we were about 3.2 million. The federal ruling at that point was that that's what you would be able to use the CARES for. Coming forward of January of this year, there was a change in the ruling, and we now went from CARES to ARPA. And the ruling was that you could now have an option of sticking with your projected lost revenue, or you could find your category on the chart. And for the city of Hopewell, instead of 3.2, we're in a $9.2 million category. I think it's safe to say that we optioned to be in that higher category, which now, part of what you're stating, comes to be even more revealing, because now we're getting additional federal dollars. I just want to make sure that what I passed out to you, that the feds within their purview, the rules on the CARES was for capital and other things and businesses. It got converted to the ARPA in January, and that 16th of May Treasury that's out on the website right now is saying that you need to also consider using those dollars related to salaries and expenses and whatever, because think about why that was there. Because many localities were either fearful when they come up for a single audit that they didn't use the funds in accordance with what they were appropriated for, or some people just are having challenges. So in your thinking, just realize that what Council Pardon discussed was truly under CARES. Coming forward, the form changed under ARPA in January, and you now have a most current Treasury ruling. And think about it, it's the first thing they talk about is please consider doing that. Now, I knew that. I advised the city manager that most people don't understand that when the budget rolled out. That's why he was able to consider putting in there an option. But we didn't know that they were going to take it to the next level and make the Treasury change. Now, one thing about the feds, you give it enough time and you're going to have a change again. So I'm thrilled that this came out on May 16th. I mean, this is really recent, and it's up on the website. So I want everybody to understand that utilizing the funds for the purpose in which they're appropriate is called governmental. And so right now, they're telling us appropriate that we can do that. In addition to, it's sort of the example I use, and I hope you all don't laugh at me too much, but I'm not ashamed to use it. My wife teases me all the time, and I have older children now. But when we were young and married and got a brand new car, and you know, I wanted to travel somewhere and fill it up with gas. But my issue was I wanted to keep a full tank of gas, but I didn't want to travel. What was the function of the car? Get us to the grocery store and back. But I wanted to have a full tank of gas. So when I look at where we are, I'm thankful that we went from 3.2 million. They allowed us to go into that pocket that we are now. I just want to make sure that we are aware that the rules now are promoting. I want to make sure you also understand that there needs to be, how can I say, the city manager's not here, I didn't run this past him, so he's going to be upset with me. But okay, so what I'm saying to you now is you have to think OPM, other people's money. And it's just not a proposal. That's the way your spending's supposed to be, federal, state, and local. If you take the emotional at the bottom, you're not governmental, you're in another realm. So the bottom line right now is where we want to be at, is that if in fact we are really looking at half of the year of the fiscal year of 23, from January through June, because we're going to have a real estate reassessment, we're going to have all the assessments in terms of personal property, we got all of this M&T stuff coming in. I think what Counselor didn't mention to you is that we're going to have to be very strategic in looking at where we are in cash flow. So right now, the game plan is to get a budget passed that's balanced and stay on top of what we need to do. And for the city administration, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the city manager, but he's been very strong with me that he wants to come back and get you all input what you want to spend the money on, and he wants to have a little say-so, and he's talking about community things, and then you take that laundry list and then you spend it, and we need to spend it before the feds change their mind a third time and reduce what we have. You know, you want to get it committed and lock it in so that they say subject to a particular date. But for an audit purpose now, for a single audit, if we use it for salaries, we'll be just fine.
Councilor Randolph, Gore, and then Pelham.
And part of what Mr. Terry just said was what I was going to say. I'm not one that likes to use the funds in this way either, but I think we're at a point that we don't have much choice in the next 25 days. I wish it were different. But along with that said, I'm in favor, unfortunately, of using the money this way to get us a balanced budget. I hope that as we go forward, what this council will commit to is this gives us the momentum to put another plan into action. We haven't been very good with the plan that we've had for a while, and we haven't kept it live, and we have arbitrarily spent money on things for good purposes, but I think that we need, as a council, to readdress our plans, our priorities, and additionally, none of us like, and every year we say the same thing, we start our budget process much too late. There's nothing that stops us from budgeting or looking at the budget on a regular basis, ongoing throughout the year. And I think we have to. We are a city right now that is not bringing in the amount of funds that we need to be, and how do we achieve that? And we're good at spending, as anybody is, but we need to address budgetary funds. I cannot, unfortunately, condone 10% off of every department to make up for something that we did. We made the decision to increase 2 department salaries. Not that they weren't justified. Hell, if I could, I'd give every department an increase. But the problem is, we made that decision and may not have been clear on what our thought process was, and the communication allowed for percentage increases that I agree we don't see that in the business world ever for that percentage. I mean, I'd be happy as all get out if I got a 30% pay increase. So it's done, and we have to be careful, more careful, on both sides, admin and us, in communicating and making sure what our intent is and looking at it before we pass it. So I challenge all of us to, let's look at the budget on a monthly basis. Mr. Terry now comes to us. Thank you, Ms. Gore and Ms. Pullen, for making sure he's here, and he's gotten used to updating us in a very open public forum. And I think that helps us to see much more. What I would like, Mr. Terry, is to have you give me a little bit of an explanation, is if we use these one-time funds, we can't replenish them, but we don't have to use them all at once. Is that correct? We pledge that that's where we're going to take it, but if we change our mind because we have other revenue streams coming in, we can do that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. In
Okay.
other words, sometime when you go to mom and dad and you want to use the car, you start telling them too much stuff and it gets all turned around. What is really here is that past the budget, if we have a good, strong fiscal year by, let's say, December of this year, we're collecting, we're billing, we're doing all of that. And then we get to, let's say that would be the mid-year term, and we look at February and March, and we see where the revenue is at that point. Basically, if we start seeing that we are bringing in more revenue that's going to outperform, then what would happen is I would recommend to the city manager to come to you to say, we want to amend the budget. And then in that amending the budget, you want to take what you use right now and you want to set it aside for another purpose. Because we can project up through June that our collections and all our other stuff will happen. That's how you do governmental.
Right.
You don't necessarily mean just because you approve it that that's going to be the first dollar spent.
Right. So we could actually approve it based on that
Right.
one-time funding
Right.
and know that, or commit to ourselves coming back in 6 months to look at personal property, to look at the real estate assessments and how they're going, and have a better understanding and know by February where we're gonna see potential income,
Right.
and that we don't have to take it from those
You don't
ARPA
have to take it,
funds.
no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that I was on board with that. Thank you.
Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
It's my last comment, hopefully for tonight. I'll just say that I 100% agree with Council Vice Mayor Parton. I do not believe ARPA funds should be used for this purpose. I understand some of the information provided to us in the background. I get it. But to me, it really reads about job creation to help those who are unemployed, not so much helping to pay for raises. Also, it is for a generational change. This is once-in-a-lifetime money. In communities like ours, seldom get grants or opportunities for us to make a huge impact that's needed. So we can address the social economic issues in this city with this funding. To be honest with you, those who are following the votes should have known what was going to happen at the end of the year when we got finished voting on everything, especially when some of us sat here and warned this was going to happen when it comes time for the budget cycle. People can go back and watch the tapes. You can see it. The city manager is even nodded his head when I repeated this same statement. So my thought is, people didn't want to raise taxes, but at the same time, the sentiment is people want to support public safety. We'll campaign on raising taxes to support public safety. If that's what people want, if we're exceeding our budget for this purpose and you're saying the community wants it, then don't be afraid to campaign on giving people what they want. Right now, this is putting a huge Band-Aid on something that is only going to grow because increases are scheduled by all 4 departments. Right now, we're projecting what may happen. We're projecting that this can occur. We don't know what our economy is going to do, inflation, recession. We don't know none of that stuff. So if you take that into account, Are we really gonna get this money that people are planning that we're gonna get, especially if we're in a hole? Yes, we can look at the numbers, but when I say this again, I'm not trying to be mean, but we just learned 2 meetings ago that since 2019, certain tax lines weren't even being monitored, so no one knew to notice that they weren't being posted. So, supposed to look at the trends when some of those funds, we don't even have trends to look at today. So I wouldn't bank on that either. And I'm not, no pun intended, I really wouldn't bank on that either. But in terms of the money, it should be used for infrastructure. It should be used to create opportunities for jobs, work on workforce development, work on these social issues that keep draining our coffers, as opposed to just patching this issue. And then the other thing I would say is, at the end of the day, the budget that we set now is going to be the reoccurring budget unless you do a cut. So if the feds decide they want to take ARPA funding or whatever it may be, or something else happens and we have this budget that we know is $2 million more than what we can afford today, all you're doing is making sure that next time we have to pay for this, when all those safety nets are gone, we're not going to have the money. Which means that in a year that people are going to pay higher assessments, because people keep talking about that, you're going to have to raise taxes on top of having higher assessments, on top of having higher property taxes, personal property taxes. You're going to kill people. Some people are barely making it now. That makes no sense. So for my constituents, I will not use ARPA funds to put a Band-Aid on something, knowing if they all fall through, you are going to be triple taxed to pay for this debt if we pass a budget that exceeds what we know we have. It needs to be cut. If you're getting $500,000 from the schools, that takes off $500K off the top. That's $1.5 billion. Schools have a cut, essentially, we can cut ourselves. If we don't get to that number, fair. But we can do a little bit more skimming, especially if you think about if none of these safety nets are here, if we don't collect all the money that we're anticipating, if assessments don't go the way we're thinking, what are we going to do next time? Because we are knowing that they're expecting their step increase next year. We know health insurance goes up by $500,000, $600,000 every single year. So if you take the step increase, take the health insurance by themselves, that's $1 million. That's without anything else happening in this community. It's just not fiscally responsible. And if you want citizens to have to pay that campaign today, that you want to raise taxes to pay for these increases today. If not, don't use their money, ARPA funds that was given to the community in the greatest time of need to make real change to fund a hole. I'm for cutting the budget.
Councilor Pelham?
Well, I'm definitely for cutting the departmental budgets. And the reason why is because that's something that you can do permanently and they can learn to live without. I'm not talking about cutting people. I'm talking about all those excesses. You just showed us a chart where travel was $368,000. You multiply that by 3 years, that's $1 million worth of travel. I don't know what, I would like to know out of that travel amount, what is mandatory that people have to go. Other than that, that could be done away with. And I still think mostly every department, sharpen your pencils and burn the candlelight to midnight. And y'all need to look into each department and decide, especially from the top, city manager, city attorney, clerk, council, all these departments, what can they live without? I'm not talking about taking $914,000 away from the police or whatever like that, but they do have $1 million worth of cars and all the other stuff. For how many cars? I put down, I think it's for 4. I wrote it somewhere. 12 cars cost $927,000 with all the trimmings. So what, do we have to buy all 12 this fiscal year? Can we live with 6? We used to do that incrementally. So we can buy 3 cars for the next 3 years, or 4 cars for the next 4 years, or whatever. But we don't have to buy 12 cars for $1 million in 1 year. I don't think, anyway. Same thing with the sheriff department. And there's some costs for, from the general fund to give development $700,000. What is, I mean, maybe we should just take that money out of there, and when there's a development deal that comes up, we can look at programming that type of money. It would be another, my suggestion, but again, look at every department and certify what they can give up. Everybody needs to give up something. If they don't want to give it up and want us to make a decision, then we can do that as well, if they don't have any recommendations for that. And on the outside agencies, the same thing. A lot of people got the CARES and rescue money, and we never thought about it. It just came to me when somebody was talking. They got money too, especially in education. And we give to Longwood, Virginia State, John Tyler, Richard Bland. And that's good that we support some kid who's going to college there to help them. But we need to call all these outside agencies, city manager, if you're listening, and find out how much rescue money they got. If they got rescue money, then we should not be giving them the same amount of money every year because it's a practice, but make it a reality that the fact that they had federal money, so they don't need the local money. It's hard not to request something that you're used to people just giving you, and we're used to being the givers. And I like to give too, but there's a lot of blank spaces on the outside agencies this year anyway that's not getting any monies, but Riverside Department of Justice, all those people got extra rescue money. And if they got that money this year, make that phone call to find out. And if they did, we need to delete that also from our budget as well, excuse me. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board and ask HR to look, if you can, look at their worksheets to find out how did they come up. Because if everybody got a 2.5% raise, it wasn't done that way. Everyone didn't have the same percentage of raise. Is that it? Because if you multiply 2.5, whether you make $50,000 or 100,000, it should be along the same line. I can't see how you can get 30% in some raises and double your salary. 1 or 2 people's salaries did double. That really, if that's a individual error in multiplication or the worksheet that they use, then we need to correct that before we go into next year, because they can't keep getting paid over because somebody made a mathematical error. You can't just leave them there.
Is it, I'm sorry, is there a, do we have a process, a plan of action on how to take care of that? As far
I don't
as.
know, because it's not what we voted for.
No, wait, I'm not
What
trying to
did we
interrupt you.
vote
All I
for?
wanted to know, all I'm asking
that was
is,
implemented.
we know
We
what the
don't know
issue
what we
is.
voted.
Is there a plan of
That's
action?
facts.
Do you know what the issue, do we know what the issue is? Have we identified what the issue was? And if that was identified by your office, is there a plan in place to take corrective action?
You can't let an error
I'm sorry,
go
that was
on.
just my question.
I think it's the HR
Well, no, my
director's
thing is,
thing.
if, my
Take
point
back
is,
the raises?
I didn't say that.
I did, if it's an error, Ms. Denton, if
Ms.
somebody
Denton,
made a
I didn't say
multiplication
take
error,
that.
you
Councilor
cannot
Denton, this is my
fund that
question
for
to the
life.
finance director. This is my question to the finance director. Do you understand what I'm saying? If there was an error that had
Fund that
happened,
for life.
was it identified? And if it was identified, is there a plan for corrective action? I'm not saying take anybody's raises. Is there an issue? Is there a legitimate issue here? Is it valid? And is there a valid issue with what we are discussing right now?
Okay, so,
And if there was it identified? And the third thing is there corrective action?
okay.
You need some water?
Yeah, I gotta give him some.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him some water.
Need some water?
Maybe we should explain step increases, which is what we voted for
Nobody
two
can
departments.
step
No, this is
30%. All
not,
can
what
step
you
to
keep
heaven.
making excuses, that's not what
talking
happened.
No. If you all don't understand how step increases are, maybe we should go over that
I know
first.
they're leveled, but you better answer,
I mean,
Mr.
at the end
Terry.
of the day, that's not what we voted for, literally the dollar amount. So, I mean, that's a problem in itself, period, point blank.
That
If
is,
you did not get the dollar amount, how can you implement something that exceeded what you were authorized to spend?
that
That's
is,
problem number
you,
one.
what
Problem
was-
number two is clearly what they presented in actuality when implemented exceeded what they thought.
Authorized.
if I'm not mistaken, the police and fire were set up to do step increases. That's exactly what was supposed to happen. And then what went from there was that we wanted to do the same things with the other two departments.
Yeah, but
When
years
you
of
do
service
step
is
increases, it's
calculated.
based on
A
number
year-
of years of
Got it,
service. And absolutely
Right.
with some of our people that have been
Concept-
here for 20 years,
Concept-
you're gonna see
right.
that kind of increase.
Concept correct, implementation wrong. Because when, you can do this all day, because if they did their math correctly with what you said, which we agreed to, the number presented
Right,
was
we-
this number.
we agreed
When
to
they
step
implemented
increases.
it was a different number. By far, to the point, $1.8 million. So it ain't chump change, it was a difference,
I'm
and,
not-
and they didn't
this
include
is-
benefits, VRS. How do you miss the whole chunk of money when
just-
everyone knows when you make a position, you include benefits?
I have to,
Come on.
hold on. I had
y'all
a question
just
for
take
Mr.
that.
Terry, and I know
Y'all
Mr. Terry understands my
Can I answer
question,
now?
right?
Can I answer now?
Yes, thank you, please.
I
took
understand
over
your
my
question,
floor.
but
When
I'm
I
just
do
going
that, y'all have a big problem.
Because you did to me earlier.
Y'all can do it all.
I'm going to adjust it just a little bit, so, because I think what you're trying to get to. Here's where I can tell you I came into the process to say that the city manager will definitely do what you all are saying to take a look at it, but you're going to still be disappointed when you see the outcome, because I don't believe that there's an error.
Okay,
I'll tell you that straight up front.
okay.
When I came into the process, my staff and I thought that there was an error, because you don't have that kind of percentage bump. So, Ms. Powell, every now and then I can play internal audit, but I don't, because I don't want that role. So we did what we do as a quasi, out of the closet internal auditor. We looked around, we checked, nothing made sense, and then we got hold to the approval, we got hold to the proposal. The best way I could communicate to you all was that little chart that's in Mr. Parton's part. At the time, you know, that little chart that's behind his section that shows the mid-year, and all of those things are in there. I think at the time, your hearts were definitely in the right place. You wanted to do something, but I don't think you understood that all of that had to be factored in, which is the FICA, the workman's comp, blah, 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 blah. And the one that's really a killer in there is that prior year service. And this is my observation as I was doing my review, because I won't say snooping, because I was pretty open about it. Because I was upset that this was done and it was going to be perceived that the payroll office did it. And you have to understand, there's a separation of duties. We don't make that table. We receive that information, we process. So I was upset that I would have to actually take the hit for that when I knew it wasn't something that I had something to do with. So as I looked at it closer, the prior service category is definitely a killer. But it is well deserved, and I'll tell you why. Because we're like in other localities, unless you really got a good system every 3 or 4 years, you don't do a comp study. You keep kicking the can down the road.
Right.
Some of these individuals had prior year service, so when that was written, it took care of those folks that should have been taken care of 15 or 20 years ago. And if we were on a progressive 15 or 20 years ago, they would be at the step that they should be. I know you can come back and give me a whole lot of this and that. I'm just telling you, as you're a little snooping around internal auditor kind of with a head on, when I looked at that, I said, well, because we have not done comp studies continuously, we disagreed with a few that were done, and then we got these folks over here that we want to recruit somebody from another locality with all this experience, but they're coming in at a $30,000 level, and if it was right, should come in at a 70. I thought, this is not good. So what we did a little bit of test work to see whether the calculation made sense. And the calculations, at least in the sampling that we did, made sense. So I did one other step. I talked to the IT director, because at that time the HR director had filled the table and was gone. I was hoping that we could determine that there was a big glitch. But so far, between myself and the IT director, we didn't see anything. I know she had put her in contact with Munis. So what I'm saying to you, the city manager will get back to you. I just don't want you to have a predetermined, because it's just math didn't look right, it's an error,
Right.
whatever. I just gave you a bunch of other things that I had to sort of like go phooey.
Well, thank you for clearing that up for us, because, I mean, there has been some miscommunication here. And that was the reason for my question, Counselor Denton, to get that cleared and be on the record. So, with that being, you're welcome. With that being said, I have one more thing before I go off to everyone else. I'll go down, it'll be Counselor
take-
Gore, and then,
You took my place.
oh, I did?
Y'all all
I'm
took
sorry,
my
go ahead,
place.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
All right. So did you take my note about the travel, right?
Yes, ma'am, I have that.
Number 2 is that you
Mandatory.
said that the remaining payroll that's almost $1 million of savings, correct?
What was it again?
Payroll, what's remaining in the payroll for all these police command,
Oh, yeah, you're
patrol?
talking about the end of the year,
So,
June 30th.
end of the year, we have an extra $1 million, correct? That's $1.4 million. The school's giving back $1 million.
$500,000.
Okay. $500,000 to $1 million. I would like to see the development give up their $700,000 if you don't make any other recommendations from departments. I think that money should go away. The police cars stagnate them at least half not being paid for this fiscal year. And then to look at the other agencies, I'm not gonna go through all of them, but look through the outside agencies and delete some of those monies, probably especially if he can call and certify that they got rescue money. And I would like to say also, if those outside agencies, and we told them before that we wanted them to fill out a form and they have not, they should be just deleted from the list. In my opinion, we can vote on it later or whatever, because again, someone said if you don't have time to fill out the form, you evidently don't need the money, and that might give enough money back so that we can give to the Lamb group. You know, the Center for Lamb.
How can we
Arts.
do this without a majority of council saying we do
I'm
this?
telling you my recommendation for the city council, the manager to,
Okay.
I said we have to vote
Are
on it
you-
later.
Are you saying this is what you want to see? Is
This
that
is
what
what I
you're
would
doing?
like the city manager to examine and bring back to us
Okay.
recommendations so we can vote on it.
I don't see how that's different than calling the schools either, to ask for them to take a hit in their request. How is that different?
I didn't
she's
tell-
asked the
I didn't
manager
ask them to
for
take a
recommendation.
hit.
You calling the
I
superintendent.
didn't call
and talk
her
on behalf
to
of
tell her to
council.
take
I'm
a
just
hit.
saying.
She told me she would look at it on Thursday
Yeah,
night,
what's the
Ms.
point of the
Gore.
call?
And
Ms. Count
I
Randall?
followed up to see if she had done that. I didn't ask them to.
It
She
was actually your
volunteered.
suggestion.
Yes.
It was.
It was
So-
you suggested.
Offline, not in a
I
public
asked
meeting.
them that if that was a possibility. She told me at
Right,
the
so
end
I
of
said,
that
what's the
meeting,
difference?
she would
So
look
what's
at
the
that.
difference?
So-
Other
The
than her
difference
doing
is
it
I'm
publicly
making
in front
an
of
attempt
everyone.
to realistically ask people.
She's asking realistically in
No,
front
she
of everyone.
isn't. She has no
She had a
idea for the
request.
police chief what they're gonna use
How do you
the
know what she
cars
knows?
for.
How how do you know what
Because
she
none of
knows?
us do.
You
I'm not
don't,
against
but how
what
do you
she's
know what she
asking.
knows?
I'm just saying, trying to
Counselors,
clarify.
I'm gonna ask you one time.
I'm good.
We need decorum here.
Okay.
I'm just following.
Every
the time.
counselor represents a ward.
Yep.
And they are the representative for that ward. They have the right to speak. Their constituents did vote for them, and they have a voice. So they're not,
I was
Counselor.
just trying to clarify what she was asking.
Counselor Randolph, please, that's enough.
It's not
That's
a-
enough,
it's not a
Counselor
problem.
Randolph, that's it.
No, I
Counselor
just want you to
Randolph,
know,
this is
I
not-
wasn't challenging what she was doing.
Counselor
I just wanted
Randolph,
to understand
I am
what she
making a
was doing.
statement.
You can make
We are
it all
gonna
I
give
want.
the floor back to Ward 6 Counselor, Counselor Pelham, and let her speak.
Again, if the persons did not complete the form, I would like us to consider, not giving money to that particular organization this year, and that would serve as a friendly reminder to follow in the out years to come. One other thing for y'all off track me. I think. All right. I think that's it for right now. Add something else, but I can't remember. All right, but I really do think all the departments would play a part in reduction of monies. Definitely. Thank you.
Counselor Denton, I'll let you go and then I'll go afterward. That's
Okay,
fine.
but are we gonna have a chance to say something else other than, can I come back? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I can say
Yeah,
it
you
now.
can come back.
In our budget also, Mr. Terry, wastewater, whatever their new name is, their capital budget has, $8.5 million for the expansion of their office and lab space. And I would, like us to consider taking that out of the budget until they can vote on what the commission hasn't voted per se on that item. And so until they vote on it, I don't think we should be preempted in making it a part of our budget, because it's $8.5 million and they should have some discussion and say so. I spoke to Mr. Pardon about it earlier, and he said he's gonna try to call a meeting so they can do that. They've been talking about it directly and indirectly for 3 years, but they never voted on it. So they need to do that before we take some action. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Counselor Denton? Counselor Denton,
Did you?
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I still just wonder how we're gonna do this in 14 more days, or 7 more days. We have 1 meeting left in June. I know Councilor Pelham, the last time when they asked you, mean you haven't done your budget? And her response was, no, we haven't, but we're the fault that this budget has not
No, I'm not taking
been approved.
management.
And I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
I hate that.
Counselor.
We need, I would just like to see us try to work together and let's get this budget passed so we don't have to put stress on Mr. Terry much more. I mean, come on, guys. We've got the answers. Can't we agree and let's put this to rest? And let's get on with city's other business. We've got lots more to do. And we can be picking this thing apart for the next 6 months. But I think by law, Mr. Terry, by law, don't we have to have a balanced budget by July the 1st? Then we need to get serious and not keep asking for more information. If you want your 10% cut, take the 10% off of the 4 departments who got the increase and leave the other departments alone. Because why are you gonna punish them for what they got? Take it from them, and you've got your $2 million right there. Take it from those 4 departments, done. So why are we making this thing so hard? Is it personal? I would just like to see us pass a budget. I went through this 5 years ago this month. We did the same thing then. We don't improve within a year. And I would sure like to see us work together. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so the reason why a lot of these questions are coming out tonight is because we haven't had any budget meetings, okay? So that's the reason why we're here, all right? I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying we waited till the last minute to do this. We're under the wire, not because of our own fault, okay? There's things that have happened. So we can't blame ourselves, but we do have to find a solution to move forward. However, there are still questions that we would like to have answered, not making a hard time, but this is for the constituents as well. Our citizens want to know, you know. And the other thing I was going to ask you, Mr. Terry, so service contracts, okay? I would like to see, I know that you give me a dollar value here, yeah? But what service contracts are mission essential? Meaning, if we don't have this contract, the mission will fail, the city will fail. Because I do see an increase in our service contracts, but we don't have, this is a city manager question. So Mr. Terry, don't wake up in the middle of the night and be like, oh my God,
Service
service contracts. But this is the truth, right? Because if we're here and we need to be fiscally responsible, what service contract? These service contracts dollar value is great, and they need to be justified. And how do we do that? Is that position filled yet? With a contracting officer, a purchasing agent? You know, with that being said, having that personnel, and we've been missing it for 3 years now? And I need to ask Mr. Altman, I hope that you're listening, that this is an essential part. Because when it comes to contracting and contracts, we're trying to find the best value for our dollar, right? And we're competing. There's different areas that we can get our contracts or services from that's already state through EVA, right? And we're not just saying this is prior practice, let's just keep on going until, because guess what? It's competitive now. Service contracts are going up. We don't know what the dollar value, and we don't even know the laws that come with these we don't have any oversight over the contracts. So if someone is doing their job, who's surveilling these? Who's making sure that we're getting what we're paying for? And that is one element that I want to really emphasize here. So my only question is there a possibility we can take away some of these service contracts, take away from this? Whatever contracts we need, they have to be essential, meaning if we don't have this service, the city will fail. And that's all I have to ask, if that's okay for you to just make sure we can research.
I love it.
Okay. I think Councilor Gore.
My last thing, thank you. Mayor Parent, I'm sorry. I was thinking about the creative board, because we got a contract we got to do today, I'm sorry. Mayor Bennett, thank you for clarifying that we have not had budget meetings. They've been canceled, so thank you for putting that on the table. Also, thank you for talking about the contracts. Ms. Best, I'm gonna ask for you, again, I said I was gonna placehold something for contracts. I would like to work with the mayor to put something up there so we can evaluate them. She got her information she needs now, but at a later item.
Yeah,
to
this
have
is
an
not to be
assessment
like for just to do the budget. This is
Yeah.
something different.
to look at.
Okay.
And I just want to do one clarification. Well, number one, Ms. Terry, thank you for giving us information the way you did.
Yes, yeah.
You did it very concise. You answered our questions, and I do appreciate the effort that you put into this. The other thing I would say is, I just want to do one clarifying point to my constituents. I'm only speaking for Ward 4. I support the raises that were done. I asked for public safety to be included. So that is not my issue. This is not personal. It's nothing against that group of staff. The issue that I have, and anyone can put themselves in my shoes, when we were presented the request, and then we added other departments, what we approved was one number. And when we approved it, we were under the assumption, as you normally should be, the other factors were calculated in it, period, point blank. To then find out, because of phone calls from staff, that there was an issue or concern that prompted us at a budget work session to really ask questions, that is where we found out that key elements were not calculated into the number that we adopted. That does not mean that you are against police, does not mean against fire, you're against raises. What it means is you are against the process that occurred, and you need to have accountability. That's the bottom line. And every citizen should expect for us to want to do that. And Mr. Terry, when you said other people's money, OPM, this is other people's money, right, that we're managing. So I will want my Ward 4 constituents to expect for me to say, hold up, this is not what I adopted. This has grievous errors in it. And then not only did it have errors, when the errors were identified, it was not brought back to us to know. That's a problem in itself as well. So there's several reasons why this is the issue. People can get exasperated all day long, but if they put themselves in our shoes, they will feel this. I can guarantee if you poll citizens right now, they will be on our side of the equation when it comes to this matter and not be like, let's brush this over, sweep this on the rug, whitewash it. They wouldn't feel that way. So just want to clarify that. We're not saying take nothing away. We want to know what happened so it doesn't happen again. Because if people are doing what happened before, replicating what we adopted, it's going to go across everybody's apartment. So identify the problem now. And that's just good fiscal policy. I mean, what we should be doing to try to improve everything. You know, not knowing you have a problem, not wanting to do it because you want to save face, or you want to protect staff, or you want to make people feel good, warm and fuzzies, does no good to anyone. And making people feel like they're villains because they're trying to do their jobs is not good as well. So I think every citizen should want to have accountability with their elected representatives. So thank you, Mr. Terry, for being truthful about how even you, Mr. Finance Director, saw it and was like, something's not right, and then investigating it. That lets us know that even ourselves, even our initial thoughts are even on the same part. Now, when you did your investigation, you found out there really wasn't wrong. Thank you for that. But it just goes to show that we're not off base with what we're thinking. We just have to figure out what happened in terms of why what we presented was not what was actually implemented. And that's just the bottom line. So thank you for that clarity, and we'll get the rest of the questions from the city manager answered.
I just would like to make one clarity in this meeting tonight. City manager and staff brought forth the increases for the public safety. It went through the city manager, and he presented it with the chief at that time, what they would like to have with the STEP program and the increase. He brought it to us as council, and we discussed it and we voted on it. Then, because we had some dissatisfaction within the ranks, other departments, there were other departments who felt they were slighted. Rightfully so. I'm not saying right or wrong. But they didn't go through Mr. Altman or staff. And Mr. Altman did not bring those recommendations to City Council. He did not have a chance to look at them. The night, and I recall it well because I love Public Works. I support them 100%. I appreciate everything they do. And I remember that Councilor Gore made the motion to give them an increase based on what the director
Point
presented.
of order.
To
Let her
make the
finish.
point,
She's
I'm
making
just
her point.
Yeah, her
stating
point is
facts.
Didn't call me when I
She's
finished.
still- she's
Call me.
Excuse me?
I said, call me
Counselor
when-
Denton, you have the floor.
Thank you.
I said, call me when finished.
A motion was made based upon a presentation, and we as a council voted for it. Fact. Now, if there was anything overlooked or whatever, then it's up to us. It's just as much our fault as it is, in fact, it is our fault. We're the ones that made the motion. So, I just want to clarify the record that staff did guide us directly. They did have the presentation in the proper form, and it was done correctly. The other two, especially, I will have to say, Public Works, and I voted for it, was not done in the same manner. So, I'm sorry, but I think the people in the city need to know that. There's been so many accusations without proof of so many things about our staff over the years. I've listened to it for 6 years. Mr. Newman is down there, he can attest. This has concerned me for 6 years. And I hate to be saying this tonight, but I feel like I owe it to the citizens. We need to stop trying to blame people for things we can't prove. And let's work together on things that we can do to make the city better. And I think that's the clarity we need as well. So I have not seen anything from any other counselor showing me this is wrong. You may hear different, but you need to see the proof. Thank you. I'm done.
No.
Counselor
sure.
Gore.
Listen, I'm not gonna go back and forth. The bottom line is this. When we voted to add the Public Works to this discussion for raises, council voted to include them. That's number one. It wasn't a sidebar request. I asked from the dais and council voted to allow Public Works to be added to the police and fire. That is a fact. So that's that. Number two, yes, the city manager did present with his staff. I don't think that's a good point to raise because there are errors that we have identified. So if I were trying to advocate, I wouldn't bring up that point since he is in charge of the budget and what is presented to us. Second point. Third point, I would say Public Works is the only department, and it was even stated tonight, that use salary savings for their mid-year raises. The only department that use salary savings to cover their raises. So they're not in the problems that we're having right now. Maybe projecting next year, yes. Projecting next year's budget, yes. But in terms of figuring out the numbers and why stuff was outside of the thing, it wasn't Public Works. They used salary savings. Did they not use salary savings? It's annotated in the budget presentation tonight that they use salary savings. Mr. Terry, is that correct or not? You're nodding your head yes? Okay. Are they the only department that used salary savings initially in the presentation to cover their raises? Police and fire asked for adjustments, which is why we did budget resolutions. Correct, Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'll just say that now, moving forward in next year's budget, yes, there's an all comprehensive increase. But the bottom line is, all staff, including Public Works, did not have their numbers correct. That is my point. I'm not singling out not one department. All of their numbers were wrong. All of their numbers and what the process was needs to be addressed and corrected. That's the point. Period. Motion to adjourn.
Oh, wait, I wanted to say something before we left. Mr. Terry, thank you so much for everything. And I just want to put on for the record that counselors 1 through 7, for last year, we cut our budget tremendously. Okay, so I want the constituents to know that we've
2
been.
years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago. Has it been 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
We started cutting our budget 2 years ago.
100% almost.
Yes, almost. So I want the citizens to know that you have our best interests in heart. We have your best interests at heart.
departments to follow.
Okay? And we lead the way, and then we want everyone else, right? Start from the top and go down to the bottom. So I leave you all with that. If any other counselors would like to say anything, thank Mr. Terry.
I'll second her motion for adjournment.
Okay.
Mr. Terry. Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
you're
Terry.
Are you on the agenda to address
First time I had
council?
a good meeting.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, okay. You have to come to a council meeting and sign in for the next one.
Add it to the agenda.
Or add it to the agenda. I'm sorry, sir, you weren't on the agenda today.
Did someone say that he can come
Did-
present us? Because this is not the meeting to do that.
Oh,
Well,
Y'all had no budget meetings, so
that's
I
right.
couldn't get
Oh,
to a meeting to
yeah.
present why I was asking for what I was asking.
Oh,
Talk to the city manager first.
you can
He
also
may be
come
on there.
on Tuesday.
Or send us an email.
Send us an email. Do you, are you in,
Send it to
do you
Molly.
live in a ward? I mean, do you live in?
That's our Commonwealth attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ.
He can send us an email, but then on Tuesday's meeting, we can amend
I'm
it
over
for him
here.
to present.
I don't have my readers on. I'm
If
sorry.
we send it to her, we get it in advance.
I'm sorry,
on
Rick.
Tuesday, we just put it on there for
I'm
him to-
sorry.
Are we adjourned?
Yeah,
Um,
can you just send it to me?
Yeah, we are adjourned, but can you come in, come with me. Can you turn the mics off, please?
Yes. Sorry, should have done that.
Is this in regards to the,
Isn't that all?